Hello. Oh, was that loud? No, I think we're fine. How is everybody doing? Today, and I hope it was evident from the numerous updates I posted, it's not an art request day. Today is just drawing normally day to some extent. We're actually just going to be drawing. I picked a few things, old art pieces that are terrible, that I want to try redrawing, because I thought that would be a fun exercise. The upside being, we'll get to spend a little bit longer on one piece, and that'll be more interesting, hopefully, and better. Ihara, welcome to the stream. It's going pretty good. How's it going with you? We're doing the white pad audio. I'm not sure if it was you who suggested that, but we've upgraded our soundtrack, and there's a nice little art credit at the bottom. Sorry, music credit. And I do expect this stream to be a bit of a lower traffic affair, and that's only to be expected. But that's fine. That's okay. The real ones will watch. Now let's see. I think I downloaded these. I have a few choices of references for us to go with, and I will perhaps ask for assistance. No peeking. in picking one. I was gonna redraw this one at some point, but ended up never doing that, so maybe we'll add that as well. Okay. I'm sure none of you saw any of those. Could be better, but not too bad. Man. What's one thing that you would improve about your current situation? If it's drinking water, you should do that, but I imagine it's probably harder to fix than that. As for me, I am doing okay. Did a volunteer event yesterday morning, and that was fun. Went to a city park with a big group of other city volunteers, and we were pulling weeds. Basically, pulling weeds and then putting mulch around non-weeds. Be nice if I hadn't had headaches all week. I think it's weather related since the hurricane's passing by me. Are you referring to Hurricane, not Fiona? That one's up in Canada-ish now, but Ian. Are you down in the Panhandle? Or is it a different hurricane altogether? Because I do know that Hurricane Fiona, after it came by, like, went pretty far north, and they got some really high winds even up in Canada, which is crazy. And Fiona's what went through Puerto Rico, I think. I think it's Ian now. Yeah, Ian right now, I think, isn't that passing between Cuba and like the Yucatan at the moment? It's going through that canal, whatever they call that. There's still like a projected, they're not sure where it's gonna hit necessarily in Florida, but it looks like Western Florida. It seems to be all they're covering on the news right now. Anyway, I should probably get some art going and then we can continue talking. The stream is not, we talk about Hurricane Ian and not draw, but we can do both. I just need to make sure to do both. Okay, the name of the game is we're redrawing old art, and I am cycling through a few older pieces at the moment. I guess I'll talk a little bit about each one and like when it was drawn, even though I did put a date I think on all of these. So let's see. This one looks like I drew in June of 2018. I actually used this one as an avatar for a pretty long time. Well, I actually don't know how long I used this as an avatar for, but I did for a substantial period. And thought it was pretty good at the time. This was over 4 years ago now. Really? Has it really been that long? Wow. Yeah, I guess I just did a redraw of something I did even more recently than this, which was almost 4 years, so I guess that makes sense. But yeah, some very rudimentary cat ears here that were nonetheless state of the art at the time. Had no idea what I was doing, well, with many things, but especially hair highlights. Um, and the anatomy in general is kind of disgusting. Looks two-dimensional. That's an essential part of this stream is that we're also roasting my old art. So if you want to get in on it, go for it. It's a safe space. I really despise how the collarbone goes all the way to the edge here and it forms this corner on both sides. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough, man. This is terrible. Anyway, it's gonna be cool if we redraw this one. It's in the running for me. This one is much older. Actually, it's only a year older. Wow. It's always fun going back and seeing how bad old art was. Yeah, it's the only thing that keeps me going. This was June 23rd of 17, which is actually only a year before this one. The really depressing thing about this is that I get to see how much faster I progressed as an artist in that initial period when I started drawing. Compared to now, it's much harder to get the gains now, if you will. And this one, 6/23/17. I want to put a timestamp on when I started drawing, about June of 2016. So this was about a year into drawing, even though by volume I hadn't drawn all that much. This is number 48 here, because that's literally the 48th drawing that I had done since I started. Oh, whoops. Guess we're not gonna erase stuff here. Which tells you a lot about how much I was drawing at the time. That's the Newbie Gains. Yes. Yes, indeed. Because if you think this is bad, you should see the full body stuff I was doing. Even though I routinely, the reason I grabbed this one is because this is the one I usually compare it to when I look at how is my full body sketching improved over time compared to this one. And this one's pretty bad. Proportions are terrible, like look at that compared to this distance. I didn't even really try to have any sort of definition in the leg here, like whose calves look like this. It's a cylinder. And then the feet, of course. This one actually isn't bad. This foot, I could see drawing a foot like that today as a super quick sketch. This foot, though, is not a... Yeah, we're not going to talk about that. I was at the time, and still am, quite fond of drawing ponytails because they're very easy to draw. And the chin structure here is great, except for one thing. I keep thinking this is a canvas, it's not, so all these marks are just gonna stay here. The neck is incredible. Got great extension there. And yeah, it looks as though the top half of the body is coming out, you know, this way, and the bottom half is going out the other way, and there's no real transition between those two. It is one of the worst drawings I've ever done. So it's a great candidate for a redraw, if a little boring. And then the last one is this. This was February 27th, 2018, which actually slots in between these two. So this one, can I put this on the end? This is the most recent. This is the earliest. This is the second most recent. And this one I was super proud of at the time. And I was also terrified of messing up. This is actually inked and colored, and I didn't do that very often because the sketch came out looking really good, and I'm like, oh my god, I gotta do more here, but I'm also terrified of messing it up at this point. And I didn't mess it up, at least by the standard of the time. I did not. I did pretty good. I don't know why I made the ears a different color. I, for some reason, thought that I needed to. I didn't. Probably shouldn't have. Had even less of an idea what to do with hair highlights at this point than I do now. Or rather than I did when I drew this one, which was funny. That's pretty solid to be honest. Thank you. And then foreshortening was something I was working on and struggling with. So like I wanted to have it that this hand was coming towards us and this one was not. And I guess I sort of achieved that, but it looks more like I just drew the hands different sizes, which isn't good. And then the legs were like, I was so professional at this point that I was like, yeah, the leg is just going off the canvas, that's fine. And it's because I ran out of room. Hi Retro Kid, how you doing? We're looking at old art right now. And I have a similar issue, Ihara, in that and especially it was quite exacerbated at this point. I don't have a very good library of clothing that I know how to draw. So either I default to, you know, very standard things like the sailor outfit or whatever, or I just make shit up. That's what I did here. Just made it up. And yeah, this top has about 3 too many underwires and they're in the wrong place. Also trying to do foreshortening on the foot here, and it looks too small. Looks like she's broken her knees. Doesn't look fun. Anyway, yeah, those are our 3 options today. I can actually go and try and find some other ones if these aren't sufficient, but I want to try and redraw one of these. So what is the opinion of the chat? Which one should we do? Will you do request stream next weekend? I think so. I think that's the idea. But obviously not this weekend because this is the last day of this weekend. I was kind of too exhausted to do a stream yesterday. Actually, I might have done it if I had like actually sent out the notifications at a reasonable time, but it was getting to be like past noon on Saturday and I was like, I haven't told anybody when I'm streaming. There's no way I can have a stream today. Sounds good? Cool. Clothing can be rough. Yeah, clothing can be rough and it is rough. It's always rough. But okay, of all of the people in attendance, and it looks like I've got 5 maybe. What do we want to, which of these 3 should I try redrawing? Can I do a poll? Oh my god. Okay, we'll call this one number 1. We'll call this one number 2, and we'll call this one number 3. Okay, does everyone understand that? We're gonna make a poll. Which drawing should I redo? Number 1, number 2, or number 3? If anyone needs me to cycle back through those, I can do that. The cat girl would be cool. It's interesting you say that, Spaghetti Winks. There's 2 of them. I'm feeling the long-haired cat ears for the redraw, and I'm assuming you mean number 2. And number 2 from Spaghetti Winks. Looks like number 2 is pretty popular. I suppose that makes sense. Hey, do you like VW Golf GTI? I'm not a big car guy. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with them though. Good evening, Garrett. We have a poll. We have a poll open for which drawing I should redo. Looks like 2 people have voted. I assume that's Ihara and Spaghetti Winks. Because we're redrawing old art today. Here are the options. Number 1, this is the oldest one from 2017. This is number 2 from early 2018. And then number 3 from mid 2018. So go ahead and make your preferences known in the poll if you feel like. Can I show you drawing 1 and 2? Yeah. I guess I did just cycle through those, but once again, this is number 1. I've marked them up with just like stuff I hate about them, which is why there's post, drawing markings here. Should have used red or something. Didn't put a lot of thought into it. And this is number 2. Voted. Thank you, Garrett. Everybody said number 2. I think it's 100%. All 4 votes are for number 2. That's cool. I think that's probably for the best, actually. Okay. It would take an influx of, well, more than the entire audience right now in order to offset this. So I'm gonna assume it's safe to go ahead and go with number 2, the one we're looking at right now. Everyone cool with that? Cool. So I'm gonna try and get this into the overlay. Sorry, just adjusting some stuff in OBS. Let's see if I've done this correctly. Yay. Okay. There it is. Absolutely cool with this since I voted for it. Nice. Hey yo, hello Chelsea, how you doing? We're redrawing old art, and you came too late for the poll, but we're going with this one, number 2. The other 2 were equally, well, I guess one was worse and one was probably a little better. I don't know. This was 2017. Perhaps the worst full body I've ever done. And then this one was 2018, which I actually used as an avatar for a while. But yeah, poll is over. I'm ending the poll. Thank you for your participation. It was unanimous. All right. I will go ahead and I can leave those open. Why not? But hopefully with this format, since I'll be able to spend longer on this piece, I can explain a little bit more about my process, and hopefully that will be helpful to some of you, or maybe just entertaining, or maybe it won't, but we'll see. So I guess to diagnose the problems with this one, we're gonna make some anatomical improvements. Just to bring it in line with how I draw bodies at the moment, but this waist is too skinny and probably located in the wrong place. The legs appear to be broken, and the foreshortening is all kinds of awful. This is also not a very good articulation of this like pose sort of thing. This is probably a better example of what I was going for. So we'll improve on that hopefully. And then obviously the rendering's gonna be better. And the ears are something I'm gonna try and improve on. Let's definitely try and include this hair sticking up, because that's cool. Okay. Any other comments, suggestions? The pose itself, the structure of it, I think is okay. So we'll try and hew pretty closely to that, but make it a bit more dynamic and make more sense. I don't like how the legs are sticking, and compositionally speaking, it's dumb. So we'll fix it. It'll be better. Believe me. So we've got a head. It's a good place to start. Probably a decent, strategy with heads is to just plop an actual circle down, like with the ellipse tool, like that. But I have never been I don't know, it just doesn't work for me. Or maybe it does and I just don't do it very often. Why isn't that going away? Thank you. Draw Terry the Thinker. Unfortunately, Mary, we're not doing requests today. Probably doing that next week. And right now we're just redrawing old art. Why do I have 10 concurrent viewers? It's more than I've had for any other stream, and I'm not even drawing people free art. But the first thing I do is I draw a circle for the head, and then try and draw a center line, which I think it's more or less wrong. I probably should just X out of these because that's going to confuse me. They're going away. This is actually sort of a straight-on view of the head, which is unfortunate because those, again, are impossible. But we start with the head, we draw a center line and extend it down a little bit for where the chin's going to be. And then try and fill in the rest of the structure. So it cuts in a little bit under the eyes, depending on how you're stylizing it. Sometimes faces don't do that in an anime style. You can make it quite rounded or straight if you want. This is sort of how I tend to do it. And I guess I'm sort of implying just a tiny bit of a shift from straight on. And then I go in and I draw in the rest of the line of actions, and I think I can already tell the head's going to be a little bit too big, but we'll go and fix that later. Now the line of action is just a curve, oftentimes, basically describing here's where the rest of the body's going to fall in the pose. Just going to compare that to what we have. In this one it was kind of just straight, wasn't much going on. Hips are kind of in line with the shoulders, maybe with a little bit of counter symmetry. I don't know. I want to change that. I want to have the head tilting one way, which is opposite of how the shoulders are, which itself is opposite from the hips, which, since she's sitting down, is going to be sort of flush with the ground, because otherwise it would be uncomfortable. And I'm going to try and flip the canvas a lot more than I normally would, because that's good practice, and I forget to do that a lot. I'm going to draw a couple of circles here for where the, what do you call those? So like the hip socket, where those are, where the femurs shoot out from. And then normally here, I start drawing shapes for the rib cage, or the thoracic cavity, if you will. This is more or less straight on, and I think that's fine. Which is just an egg, pretty much. It's just an egg. If that works for you. That's how I think about it. In a straight on perspective, the rib cage is simply an egg. The pelvis is a little bit more complicated, but at least initially we can approximate it by just drawing a semicircle, oval sort of thing. I'm not quite sure I like the balance here at the moment. Should be more weighted this way, perhaps? I don't know, we'll fix that or something. And then sort of like a much more abrupt curve at the bottom of the pelvis. And I do feel like those are a little bit too far apart at the moment, but we can make corrections later. In terms of proportions, I tend to make the torso about 2 heads high. Do I play Forza 5? No, I don't play racing games really. I'm not sure if I own. I think I probably own Forza 5, because they tend to give those games away at a certain point. And that's, I think, an Xbox exclusive, so I would have it. But I have played some Forza. It's kind of fun. Right, I just drew some shapes for the shoulders. You can do that, like you can do circles, you can do squares. I do like these, I don't know what you call this. Epaulettes, perhaps? But they can just be circles. Uh, yeah. I'll put the center line here. This guideline I've drawn in the back is actually quite intrusive now, but kind of aligns with the spine and not necessarily with the center line in front. So I'll go ahead and draw in sort of what the topology is, or should be, from the front. Do I watch Borat or Ali G show? I don't. No, I don't. Tell you what I did watch though. I watched the first couple episodes of Edge Runners, Cyberpunk Edge Runners, this week. Only the first two. I was gonna try and watch more of it because I kind of wanted this to be a. I had illusions of doing fan art for this stream from Cyberpunk, but I didn't end up watching more of it, so felt like it would be disingenuous of me to try and do that. Okay, so I do feel definitely that the structures are too far apart. And perhaps a little bit off balance, so we're gonna just use the select tool and correct it a little bit. And use the mirror tool to make sure I'm not crazy. Also from here I can see that the shoulder right here is probably a little too big. Gotta deselect that. Because it should be slightly farther away, so we should see less of it. Okay, and here's the hard part. So what do we got going on here? The legs are coming towards us, and they're sort of flush with the ground, and then they're bending the other way. So here, what I didn't do correctly this time, I did try and foreshorten on the legs. I don't think I did it dramatically enough. Nor did I make it very dynamic or cool. So I'm going to draw these circles here, which sort of represent the kneecaps. And I do feel I want to have one of these maybe a little bit offset. Something like that. Yeah. So we can imagine these like cylinders shooting out from the hips, otherwise known as legs. And right away I already feel like this one looks a little short. Okay, might have fixed it. And then the legs are bending back. So in the original one that looked super awkward, I didn't know how to do that really. Hey, when you're done with that, can I do a request? We're not doing requests today. Thanks for your interest and your repeated viewing-ship. viewership. But we'll probably be doing our quest next weekend. Today we're doing a redraw exercise. This didn't look good because foreshortened the foot too far away, I think. Made it sort of disappear. And then this one's just off the canvas and probably too long and awkwardly placed. I don't want it to look like, again, the legs are broken. So need to acknowledge that there's like a slope here. And legs don't just snap in one direction whenever they feel like it. At least mine don't. Okay. So because of the angle we have here, the leg coming behind this knee won't be as visible per se as this one, depending on the angle of attack. So I think what I want to do is you're going to actually see more of it on this side, disappearing underneath the thigh. Is that what I want to do though? Maybe. And then over here, I might actually have it, you know, visible out here. And since the foot is going to be at an entirely different angle, we're just not going to see the same profile that we might normally see. YouTube always warns me like halfway through the stream. I guess halfway's not accurate. Partway through the stream that, oh, your resolution's off. I think it's because OBS trims out the taskbar. So it's like, you don't have an entire screen going on here. Figure it out. Okay, so at this point we've got most of our appendages in. I guess we should decide if this is how we want it to look. Because is it fair for me to have dodged entirely the positioning of these legs? Or should I try harder to make it more like the original? So you only stream on Sunday? Well, I stream on Saturdays or Sunday, depending on what my weekend looks like. I think it was either last weekend or the weekend before I did both days. But I don't plan on making that a thing. For now, at least. I don't know. Didn't know OBS did that. I'm not sure if it does it by default or if I have a setting on that does that. But it makes it awkward to position my backgrounds and stuff. Makes it weird. Why's it gotta be weird about it? Okay. So let's just get in some contour lines here so we're clear about where everything's sitting and whether we want to change any of that before we move on to another. I realize there's no arms, but we'll figure that out. Everything's gonna be fine. course, we can look at the reverse. So what do I not like about this? I feel like this leg doesn't look right. Like it's not attached in the right spot. So let's try to fix that. I think I probably made that worse. Goes out too far now. I think I fixed the attach point. I'm not sure. Something like that, maybe. Okay, I think this is starting to make sense. This contour looks like this, kind of. Which is going to be helpful for us because we need to attach some knee socks at a certain point. Just exaggerating some of the topology here. Now, I tend to do probably overly detailed sketch work, which is kind of, you know, amateurish probably, but it works for me eventually. And I'm working on that. Okay, the question here is this pose balanced? Does it look as though this character is keeling over or not? Don't tell me. I mean, you can if you want to, but... Actually, yeah, here's what we'll do. Is just rotate the entire goddamn thing a tiny bit. So I think that'll fix some issues. Yeah. Cool. I usually save the arms for last. Because they're usually not load-bearing limbs, so once I have the balance figured out, I can put the arms in, because the rest of the pose isn't really dependent on what the arms are doing, if that makes any sense. So let's look at the arms from before. We had one arm foreshortened coming at us like this. Looks very skinny, probably overly long, and bad. This one is more close to the vest, if you will, and also bad. So if we want to sell that, probably got to make some modifications. Later, look up Borat football on YouTube. It's very nice. See, I know some of the quotes because impossible not to. But okay, in this case we have, it's not quite as straight on as the uh, reference material, if you will. It's we've got a bit of a skew. So I'm not sure I want to have this one back here coming too far forward. Maybe here's what we'll do. It'll be up. Yeah, maybe. I'm just doing sticks and circles to denote where the joints are. Um, I don't want to have it go out like that, I don't think. I'm gonna have to reposition this head. We'll do this, I think. So there's some foreshortening going on here. I've got a lot of stuff to look up, Retro Kid. Romanian EDM producer. Cool. I don't really know how to explain the arms. Arms for me are actually one of the more difficult things to draw. Or at least they were. Like, I consider them to be one of the more difficult things to draw. Because they got the two bones in there, you know, that twist and they overlap. So it's really hard to know where a what an arm looks like at any given angle, unless you have like a photo reference or you're some sort of wizard, or you know anatomy. I don't know. So, like 90% of the arms I draw, they might look right, but they're probably wrong. Currently, you're looking up requests on DeviantArt right now. Traitor. And then hands are also very difficult, so it's like a very difficult thing on the end of another very difficult thing. That's probably why I save arms for last. But you know, there's some muscles going on here, and I don't know what they're called necessarily. And I don't know what they do. But I know they're here, and I kind of know what they look like sometimes. What do you mean? I'm kidding. I often find, so there's a couple ways you can draw hands, and by a couple I mean a lot. And the two ways I tend to draw them is one, what is probably considered the more or less correct way, which is to draw, you know, like this paddle shape, and then figure out where, like, draw the attach points for the fingers, and then draw where the fingers are going, and then fill in where, you know, the flesh. And then there's the other way, which is go entirely by feel, and for some reason that works. That sometimes works better for me than uh, plotting it out correctly. I love your art style, and I know you produce every stream. Sorry, yes, I was being very facetious. And in this case, I'm kind of tempted to just wing it because it's a fist shape, sort of. And I think I probably started drafting this incorrectly. I also don't know which direction I want it to face. So many decisions. This one, though. Okay. The important thing to remember is that there are 4 fingers and a thumb. A lot of people don't realize that. If it makes you feel better, I went to massage school and had to do buttloads of anatomy and still don't remember the muscle names and struggle with arms as well. Yep. All that matters is knowing generally where each muscle is. Names be damned. That's correct. It is all correct. Okay, that hand is wrong, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. But you know, you got some sort of a bicep here. Not bicep, sorry. You have a deltoid here, and then you have a bicep coming out here, and I don't tend to emphasize them too much. I get like a little bit of a, curve. Then your forearm muscle comes and does some stuff. Elbow, funny bone sticking out right there is an important point of reference, and is very easy to misplace. And when you misplace it, it looks bad. But if you place it correctly, it all of a sudden looks pretty good. It's probably the most important thing to get right. There's also the fact that arms usually have like a straight side and a curved side. Like, this sort of a thing. I tend to not do that super religiously. Like, I often have like a curve sort of on both sides, depending on what the situation is. If this is the elbow. It's tough, man. Mori, will you eventually draw muscles? Well, if you think about it, I've drawn muscles. I'm always drawing muscles. Haven't drawn anything without muscles, I don't think. But if you're talking about big muscles, I've also done that a couple times to mixed effect. I have talked about that a little bit on stream once, but I had a commission at one point where I was supposed to draw a big muscly dude, and I did achieve the muscly part, but apparently the initial pass at it looked like a woman. They thought it was a woman. So I had to make some changes. I emphasized the pectorals a bit too much. What can you say? And I'm entirely hopeless when drawing a pelvis that isn't attached to a female. I don't know what they look like otherwise. really struggling with this hand. I might have to zoom in. I'm also mirrored. Did you post the CC catch pic? I did. At least I think so. I'll go double check. Yeah, if you go to my DeviantArt gallery, it's the second most recent thing. Okay, so the thing is, I sort of like how this one looks. Say as though that's very controversial. In my head, it's very controversial because my brain was telling me there's something very wrong with this hand. And I think it's because I just got these two lines, like, maybe I just need to emphasize this. Okay, I think that's okay. I think it's okay. Did you give her muscle like that? No, it's done. That one's done. Okay, we're going entirely by feel. Entirely by feel. See what happens. How is DeviantArt these days? Haven't used it in a decade. It's certainly worse than it was 10 years ago. Traffic-wise as well, I think, has totally died down. I don't know, maybe I'm just in the wrong circles. But yeah, it's like it's social media-ized, if that makes any sense. They gave it the retouch, made it look more modern, made everyone switch to the Eclipse version, which I don't know, I feel like I've adjusted to it, but like immediately a bunch of people just like left and didn't come back. But it still has a good gallery function, so it's like, I don't know where else I'm gonna compile all my work. You'll ask me to do a request for art with abs. Okay. They'll be quite limited, probably. Or subtle, rather. There's bots on DeviantArt. Yeah, I don't get them as much, though. I don't get much play at all, actually. Okay, so we have a thumb here. I feel like we just need to sort of conceptualize that. Once I get that figured out, the rest will be easier. I'm correct about that. But will it look good? I don't know. Whoa. It kind of looks good. How on earth did it happen? Probably need to trim that a little bit. I want it to have some more of a flow than it currently does. Okay, that sort of works. We'll try and leave that as it is for now. I guess ArtStation's still a thing, and or Pixiv. Yeah, so I did have a Pixiv at one point, and I just mainly used it to post stuff that none of the other art platforms would let me post. But other than that, I was kind of intimidated by it because it was like, this is either a place for incredibly trashy art that nobody actually likes, or it's like professional Japanese artists. And I felt like I wasn't really either of those things. Well, in truth, I was kind of the first. I was the former, because my art was trash at that point. So I haven't posted anything there in a really long time, so it's really a repository of really bad NSFW art from me. But maybe one of these days, when I feel like I deserve a spot there, I will resume posting and delete all the old stuff. ArtStation I've never actually used, but it feels too, I don't know, it seems uber professional. Would you say it's a better gallery than IG? 100%. IG sucks. It's I really dislike Instagram. For various reasons. Like, I don't like the resolution limits they have on the images. Instagram is very much a feed-based system, and I mean, you can scroll through people's gallery, which isn't the worst thing in the world. It's better than like Twitter, for instance, in terms of keeping a gallery, but it's like kind of lame at the same time. I block bots and chat messages from bots anyway. Good for you. Is bikini art on YouTube okay? Well, I certainly hope so, because we're going to draw something pretty similar to that. ArtStation is definitely overwhelming. Nearly everyone is a pro. Yeah, that's ArtStation is where people post art portfolios because they are A, professional and have done professional work before, and they're looking for other professional work. And I don't fit in that category yet. Okay, I've probably made these hands as good as I can. Feel like maybe some more fingers are visible. Yeah, it looks a little better. Or worse, I can't tell. Yeah, I think we can see more. That was supposed to be another finger, but I'm gonna say it's a thumb now. Y'all believe that, right? This is a thumb. And that back there is like the pinky or something. Yeah, we did it. Let's just mirror to make sure we're not crazy. I think I'll probably want to reposition the head a little bit, maybe change the size. I like the angle. Maybe just make it smaller. Yeah, I think that's okay. And then we can just go in and erase a few of these marks. This is the stage where you want to do corrections. You don't want to do them after the fact. Actually, my problem is primarily size. I think the position was probably fine, at least in terms of the relationship to the neck. So the center line probably shouldn't be further the other way. think it looked fine before anyway, but just trying to get it as good as I can get it. And on that note, I think I'll also want to adjust the anatomy here. Not like that. You draw, but I don't draw people, and you haven't drawn in a while. You did something based off of a Van Gogh painting. Which one? Was it his self-portrait where he had the gauze on his ear? Okay, we have to now address the elephants in the room. The erstwhile neglected glands. And there's a lot of theory on this stuff. And I do not claim to be an expert. But generally, they're teardrop shaped. Does that make sense? No, it's a painting of a house near a river with white flowers. Do you know the name of the painting? Those old guys, they named stuff. They didn't do what I did, just like give it a number. Maybe it's just the undersketch, but something about this feels like a weird, unnatural bit of posing. So that should be doing that and probably tucking under like that. This feels wrong somehow. Actually, yeah, it should be like this, because reasons. We aren't viewing it from below though, so. And maybe this is my problem. You forgot? I think it's an earlier one and you will look it up. Cool. So the truth of the matter in many instances here is that when I'm trying very hard to make a piece that looks good, I will usually spend a really long time on the sketch, like I'm doing right now. And it will probably look stilted at the end. And when I don't care, I'm just sort of firing from the hip, for some reason it ends up looking much better. So I don't know what to say about that. You can only do your best at any given time. I'm so goddamn conflicted about this. Does anyone have like any instant feedback for me? That I can process. I'm not just looking for, oh, looks good. Is there anything here that's like, man, that looks anatomically weird? So that's what we're trying to fix right now. Is it just me, or does the extended arm look a bit like it needs to be rotated towards the front a bit? Which extended arm? Are you talking about extended arm A or B? Rotated towards the front. I'm assuming you're talking about A. And in that case, like maybe, although that was the intent, I kind of wanted it to be this sort of a thing, you know? Point out to the side. Well, it should. But not in an unnatural way, if that makes sense. If it looks unnatural, that's a problem. I'm not trying to match 100% this one, you know. Our arm/hand A are a little misaligned, yeah. Okay, we'll see what we can do about that. So like the hand looks like it's going the wrong way. How do I check for new deviants who are not bots? I don't know. Go to their profile and see if they look like bots. Maybe the fist just needs rotating inwards. Yeah, that's the problem, is just need to redraw it. Yeah, we'll do that. Because that's what my original vision was. So something more like this. Envisioning this is the fist. Like this sort of a thing. I mean, that looks wrong, but that's the direction we need to be at. Upper arm looks like it's pointing forward, but hand is pointing outwards. Yeah. Does anybody have DeviantArt and they actively draw? I do. Me. Yeah, cool. So now we just gotta try and draw that. So that sort of looks like this, and then we have probably the back part of the hand, and then the thumb doing its thing right here to some extent. Maybe not have this line. Let's try and draw in some knuckles. I should probably zoom in. Of course, now it's entirely illegible. Let's have it doing like a, yeah. If I can pull that off. So we can do that, and then each of the fingers in turn are sloped more. Until it's like that. I gotta get rid of all this junk and redraw that. We might wanna... That's irrelevant now. Yeah, I think Ihara was responding to my inquiry about the fist correction and not espousing an existing DeviantArt account. Okay, does this look better? It's a little bit bulkier, but I think I can fix that. But just in terms of direction. Oh no, I've hard baked in the A and B now. Good thing this is a sketch. Probably can afford to curve in a couple of these fingers because looks good. Cool. Thanks, team. Feature I want to try and include in here is the whatever they call that. It's got a name. A crest of some sort. That's where the pelvis bone sticks out. Can't so much see that on this side. Iliac crest. Yes, it just came to me as well. I feel like I somehow over the course of this like straightened her back. Like, I don't know how I did that. Because it looks almost like she's slouching now. Will we need to make another adjustment? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. But that's what this is all about. Okay, that definitely looks like she's keeling over though. Let's maybe bring it forward a bit. Yeah, I don't like that. Just a slight adjustment, if anything. Remembered some anatomy. There we go. Yeah, maybe I just made her too short. I had no faith. Do that, and then that. Okay. Let's bake that in. Make a couple adjustments. Make the belly button be right there-ish. Okay. This is always the hardest part. Posing is difficult, yes. And it requires a lot of patience. 'Cause there's a very large part of me that says, whatever, just do it. Just move on, it'll be fine. And then later it's like, I really wish I'd fixed that. So there is some element of self-discipline involved. Okay, so we did that with this one. I feel like with this fist we can do the same sort of thing and it'd probably benefit from it. Just having a more dynamic sort of I don't think the fingers are long enough. This should like sort of stick out. And cut in. I don't even know how to do this anymore. Should get rid of this in the background, that's confusing me. That is too long. Good for the first couple of fingers and then sort of falls apart. starting them in the right place. Not sure if we've changed very much about this at all. What am I trying to do? I'm not sure that's it either. Sorry, I'm deep in thought. Whoop. So Spaghetti Winks, you draw? Suppose I should erase that. And let's just say we're good with the rest of the drawing. And move on to the head, because I haven't done that yet. So we got about mid-back length hair. It's pretty straight. Couple of ears and one or two ahoge. What are we looking at the fringe? We've got two main, looks like probably a side part, as though anything can be divined from this old hair. But we're gonna say that's sort of a side part with two main sections coming across. Probably an ear should be visible here, but what can you say? This is backwards, so let's go there. Say the hair is probably parting right here. Hair's tough. As it happens, drawing in general is tough. Wouldn't you know it? IDL? If you're just joining us, we are doing a redraw of this piece. Don't mind all of the sketching stuff I've done over top. Well, in fact, you can see in my OBS the reference on the top left there is what we're redrawing today. It's something I drew back in 2018. And we're in the sketching process. This is where we're at right now, just now getting to the hair. And as I was saying, it's difficult to draw hair. But we got two main parts, and then do we want to do anything crazy? I don't think we want to do anything crazy per se, but definitely put some more life into it than is in the reference, I think. And with hair, I just try to stay very loose when sketching it, and when inking it for that matter. And if things don't line up exactly how I sketched, it's like, oh well. But this being digital art, I guess I get infinite retries. Okay, this is more or less what we're looking at. Does this all make sense? I think so. Hair is one thing that is liable to get super messed up on the reflection. I don't know why. It's very easy to accidentally apportion too much weight to one side of the head, at least for me, and not realize it. I don't know why that is. So it is very vital. That's too many words. It's a redundant use of the word very. Strunk and White would laugh at me. It's vital to use the reflection tool when doing hair. You're doing a redrawing of your old drawings. Yes. It'll be fun to watch the process in comparison of your old style and current style. Yeah, I thought so too. My most recent drawing, in fact, was also a redrawing of an old piece. It's in the thumbnail for this video. Not the background, just the character in the foreground. What did I do here? I guess we'll take some liberties here and we'll have an ear visible. And say that this is tucked in behind it. So I think that's cool. That probably won't look good. That might. We'll revisit that. Okay. I think the hair is mainly sectioned out now, and that's fine. Now let's do the eyes. This went from being mostly straight on to like very much. I guess it's still kind of straight on, it's just tilted down. Now in this case, we have an eye style which is one I don't use very often, but have had success with, which is very catty looking, I think. I don't think that's positioned right. Normally, I think this center line's just wrong. Maybe? Maybe. Normally I do like this sort of eye as its apex towards the center. You know? Not too hard to replicate. I think it looks cute. This one we're doing just the eyelid rises towards the edge and then loops back down. I'm not going to put the irises in until we get both these figured out though. This one can be difficult to do to figure out what it looks like on the other side. Because in some ways it's just a sharper angle of attack, and that's probably in fact all that it is. I do think this center line's wrong. And then somewhat more rounded on the side. And then of course this eye's got to be brought in closer. I do hope you guys don't have to watch me struggle through making a face too long during the stream, because that can take quite a while. Do like that correction. We'll flip the canvas. guess it's sharper here. Yeah, actually, I think I might have gotten it. Third try. It doesn't look like it's looking at us, though. I think that does. Feel like that's gotta be sharper. Feel like actually I need to change my brush size. Easy way to bypass effort on eyes just to make two circles mismatched and just make them derpy. Yep. That does certainly avoid any excess effort. Because obviously they're supposed to look like that. Okay, now that looks wrong. Let's go back. I feel like it looks wrong right now. I feel like that one looks right, though. So it looks too much. I guess looking the other way now. So let's try and center this a bit more. Drawing eyes is a lot of fun. Yeah. I agree with that. Okay, I think I almost buy that. I generally do not put a lot of effort into noses. I think that's fine because that's the style. What do we have? We had an open mouth, kind of a derpy looking mouth in the reference, but something like that. Just need to change the weight on that, I think. Maybe maybe move it up a little bit. I don't know. Just stop drawing noses altogether. Yeah, it's doable. Actually, probably for my style, probably what I should do is not have any light. Yeah, just use lighting instead of marking it with a line. Because I always try and do like a highlight on the nose, but when you already have line art there, it's like too much. Whatever, this is the sketch. We'll do it. We'll fix it in the line art. And then we have a yes. Sort of a sassy looking eyebrows thing. Let's try not to overdo it. I think that looks good. Yeah, it gets kind of weird. If there's any line art, I'd just be outlining a little highlight. Yeah. That might not be a bad idea. Okay. Because it's a sketch and because I moved some stuff around, it looks like she's got a tiny mustache, but it'll go away. That'll get fixed. And lest we forget, we need the ears and the hair sticking out. I had two. I think I want to honor that. Okay, this is more or less dead on. Just a little bit askance. So we need to keep that in mind. Here, tilt it a little bit down. Which means we should get a tiny bit of the edge there. We don't necessarily need to get any of it, but something like that. This ear, though, is kind of facing towards us. And it should be a bit up. Like more so than this. With a little bit of fluff, but not too much because I don't want to actually draw it. Okay, and a tail. Now, I don't really know much theory on tail drawing, but I figure probably 3 cutbacks maximum. Otherwise, you're pandering. Or you're drawing a snake. It's more or less what I did there. Okay, so already I feel like we've got a better form, a better sense of three-dimensionality, and just better fundamentals and balance. Congrats me. I have learned something in the last 4 years. Okay, as far as the garments, probably should have put these in earlier, so we didn't run the risk of getting flagged or anything. We have a heart on these, right? Yes. I think we have ruffles, which is wonderful because that means I'll have to draw ruffles. Do we have a bow connecting these or something? We do. Wow, that was I was literally going to check, hey, do I I'm probably getting close to the end of that synthwave video because it was 2 hours long and that's literally the last song. So I caught it within seconds. Ultra Instinct. Um, that's fine. We're starting into uh the dark synthwave now. But this one's in a playlist, so there might be like ad breaks, which is terrible. But this is also white bad audio, FYI. What was I doing? Right. Okay, we're gonna move on to line art. And I'm gonna, with the approval of the council, I'm going to change from below the knee socks to thigh highs. I'm not sure how on earth this made it out of committee. This is terrible. Do I have anything going on with the... I don't. No frills or anything. I could though. Like some sort of a lace, like... Why would I make it too hard for myself though? We'll see. Line art time. And when I say line art, it's just I'm gonna go over this probably with the same brush. Just with less clutter. These days I don't try to be too picky with the line art. Like when I started digital art, I zoomed in like, I'd be like, uh, you know, oh Lord, undo, redo, like, because for one thing I had no line confidence, and the other thing was that I needed all of it to be perfect. So I zoomed in like all the way, spent way too long on individual lines, and ended up with stuff that had very little seams, like there were no joins, right? Line art was perfect in a sense, except that the underlying fundamentals were terrible. And that it didn't look good at the end of the day. So nowadays, I probably don't zoom in much further than like this, and then I just do it, and if I get something that looks weird, I'm like, oh, whatever. It's just like a slightly more refined sketch. And I know that some people spend a lot longer doing line art because they like it to look very crisp, and that's really cool, but I don't have the patience required for that. Now this, I've never really been able to make these look good. The hair is sticking up. It always looks weird. Not sure how people do it. So hopefully we'll be able to fix that today. Always a perfectionist. Yeah. It's I had to at the end of the day evaluate who I was doing that for. Was I doing it for me? Because I didn't so much care. I mean, I did. But I realized probably nobody's looking at my art close enough to be like, wait a minute. This part's a little bit scuffy. Bad art. Because nobody's doing that. At least nobody important is doing that. And that furthermore, the art that I really liked tended to not be like that. Like I tend to really like art that has little imperfections in it. Like for instance, this completely missed this. The part is over here, which is means that the hair sticking up should also be over there. So let's fix that. It only started to not make sense when I actually drew it. Line art stage is not too late for corrections. Okay, that's enough of that. The other thing is that it just takes a really long time to get like perfect line art done. And that makes it less fun to draw. Scrutinizing pro artist work helped me feel less stressed about perfect line art. Yeah, because they're not stressed about perfect line art. Most of them, I feel like. Some of them are just like somehow are perfect, and that's crazy. But most of the artists that I look up to, their finished products tend to have a very, natural look and feel, and that sometimes means some scribblies, some scuffy line art, you know? Plus, it makes it way easier to improvise when it's like, yeah, I think I want to change this thing, and you can just do that. One thing it does make it more difficult, perhaps, than it needs to be is the flatting process directly afterwards. If you have really crisp, perfect line art, then you can, bucket fill everything without a care in the world. But if it's like anything short of that, it's like you don't get to do that. I mean, you can, it's just you'll get imperfections. But as soon as I started going, screw this, let's try and do like this very scuffy, streamlined process that isn't perfect, I feel like I improved way faster at digital art. A, because I was just completing projects much quicker. But B, it was like I was learning how to do sloppier stuff in a way that looked better than my perfect stuff. Always end up leaving gaps in my line art. Yeah, and well, there's that, and there's also like the when you have like hyper detailed stuff, it's like it's usually some overlap in the lines for me, where it's like one bucket fill won't even close to do it, and if you have any sort of reasonable tolerance set on that tool, it'll like not fill everything. So probably there are people who have better, flatting techniques than me, but I don't know what they're doing. They're tweaking the settings like crazy. Let's do the fringe here, and we can finish up with the face. At least if I do line art before colors. I have not reached the plane of ascendancy of doing colors before line art. I know that's a thing that people do. And people who are good at that make that look like very good art. But for now, that's not me. I feel like I want a slightly larger brush for this. No, not for that. I love having PC lines that may not connect. Gives the lines more motion, I feel like. Yeah, and certainly in some places it's appropriate to have lines that don't connect. Okay, well now that looks bad. So if you're doing it right, there's probably stuff that won't, bucket fill very well by design. So that's when you gotta use the selection tool or just a marker. I tend to just use a marker. For this one, I'm not sure. We might get fancy. Use some advanced techniques.
Watch parenting how-tos.
I have an ad block that uh, tends to allow like the first fraction of a second of an ad to play. And then it skips to the video. So we might get more of that. One thing that does help is the enclose and fill tool. Yeah, I use that sometimes. Even if there are gaps in the liner, you can close them on a base color layer for the whole thing and close and fill the entire figure and it'll fill completely. I understood, I think, half of that, but I do know I do know about the enclose and fill tool. It's hit or miss for me because I feel like I have to keep adjusting the tolerance on it to get good use out of it. You're making lore for your OCs. That's awesome. Are they set in any particular universe? Gotcha. So the universe itself is OC. Either I've warmed up or we've gotten past the hard part on the line art. I'm not sure which. Probably both. Still need to go back and do that other eye. I am really digging this soundtrack though. You're not writing it down, but isn't that half the fun? Based on real life countries. Okay, so it's like set in the real world. Let's go ahead and do this eye now. Who's gonna stop us? Her hair is based on CC Catch's hair. You gave me your OC's name. I probably forgot it. Okay, I need to get through this. This is the slog portion. Once we get through this, it'll be like crazy. It'll take off. Because everybody knows how to draw. This is just pencil and paper stuff. Once we get to the rendering portion, all bets are off. Opinions will be flying like shrapnel. I don't like this for some reason. Her name's Anna. She's 25 and German. Cool. Suppose that'll work. That'll be fine. Rendering is like the Wild West. Yeah, there's at least a million different ways to do it. I'm not even quite sure how we're gonna do it today. Like, I might even just improvise. Currently going through a process of changing the way I render stuff, so this could be fun. I don't like that last line. Okay. Okay, the trick is not to care too much. As with all things in life.
You started getting ready for bed.
Friend is Karina, who's 25, Finnish, also lives in Germany. They have been friends for years. Stuttgart. I actually happen to know of that city because of GeoGuessr. And just for the record, you do not need to say my name after every time you send a chat. I don't like how that looks now. Let's do this. Yeah. Germany turns out is really easy to find yourself in GeoGuessr. At least the place that put me, because this stuff is very well ordered there. At least within cities, it's like basically it was I was in some sort of residential street, found my way to a main road, and then boom, there's a sign that says Stuttgart on it. Like, here's where you are. Whereas if you try to do GeoGuessr in Russia, it's like you could be anywhere. I think my worst experience with GeoGuessr, it was this rural road outside of some no-name town that had an oil pipeline going through it in like central Russia. And the only reason that I was able to find myself is because I had like a highway number and I kind of knew a couple of nearby cities. And I just had to scroll through the map and go, okay, here's this highway. Here's where these cities are. I think we're probably over here. Even so, it was close. Almost didn't get that one. the problem, of course, with Russia as well. Is like it's not enough to identify that you're in Russia. Like if, for instance, you know that you're in Greece, uh, you can just pretty much plop a marker down anywhere, and you'll probably get some good points for that. Russia's fucking huge. I never actually drew this part of the arm in. How very silly of me. Also, that needs to connect. Man, do we also want to do frills here? I guess we probably should. To be tonally consistent. Don't ask me how to do frills, I don't know how to do them. I lost entirely the concept of this one, I don't know what I was doing. Frills are black magic. Yeah, and it seems like if you know how to, if you figure out how to do it for one drawing, it's like that knowledge completely evaporates the next time you try to do it. And God forbid you try and draw it from a different perspective on the same drawing, because it's like, what's even going on? Okay, I might be getting away with that. Frills rendering, no thanks. Yeah, no, I'm just doing shadows and that's it. Right now I'm DeviantArt. I'm in a comments section for commissions, but I thought it said requests by accident, and I'm telling Deviant that I don't like giving random people money. IMO. What do you want me to say? I'm glad that you're making a philosophical stance on that, but if you want the good stuff, you gotta shell out.
You started a podcast in the morning.
I did not start a podcast. I'm gonna make the executive decision that I don't need to draw frills on the underside. And to some extent, I think that makes sense. Could you do 2 of my OCs next week together? It's funny that you say that. No, it's limited to one character per person. However, if you wanted me to draw two of your OCs next to each other, I am planning on opening commissions in the near future, and I hope I'm not too much of a random person to be disqualified. I feel like I talk a big game about not being a perfectionist. Once we get to the legs, everybody had better shut up because it's go time. I'm kidding, please continue talking. Just said I don't do commissions because I don't have money details in DeviantArt. Yeah, so basically tough. I'm not, as an artist, super interested in doing A grade stuff, you know, without compensation. That's why the weekly request stuff I try and keep really loose and sketchy. A, because I want to try and get as many of those done during that streaming block as possible. But B, because my intention is not to give away high quality work for free. When I draw legs in perspective like this, they tend to end up much thicker than originally intended. And I'm not sure if I should just embrace that or if I should try to fix it. Because, like, compared this to the reference, which of course is up on the screen, skin and bones compared to what we have here. You can do my OCs, I can pay you car gas. Okay, let's not lay it on too thick now. Can I do Art of Anna next? Well, you know, if you show up and you get your request in on time, there are no guarantees. Same rules as always. Juicy thighs, just do it. Yeah, I always question though if I'm capable of drawing them not like this, because they always end up this way. I think I like this leg significantly better than the other one. So we'll have to check the mirror to make sure it looks all right. Of course, we got to recall that this leg we're seeing the pinky toe sticking out. Not sure it really makes a difference from this angle because we won't see much of it at all, but I am quite guilty sometimes of drawing the feet on backwards. Does that look good? Sorta? Okay. I don't know if that line's necessary. We can add detail later if we need to.
Want to listen?
Doesn't look right. I think it probably looked better before. See, if I recall correctly, when the knee's bent like this, the kneecap like drifts down, right? So it's like that. Okay, now that's wrong. Now just connect these with basically a straight line. Cool, cool. It needs to be further out, I think. And then I think this line is probably too close. So let's pop it out here. And I don't know, probably too far zoomed in. Are there chat messages? I think there are. There are chat messages. Had to peace out for a little bit, and OMG, it's looking real cute. No problem at all, and thank you. We were just deliberating on the issue of thighs. And I'm struggling to figure out how to draw kneecaps. Or to recall how to draw kneecaps. Or if I'm being honest, how to accidentally stumble on the kneecap that looks the best. Or at least looks not wrong-ish. Is that, in a nutshell, is my drawing process. That might look good. I feel like maybe this needs to do this. Not sure I want it to intersect at the same point as the socks. Leggings, whatever they are. Okay, we have this heart here
With over 80 million.
because reasons. Because it looks cute, that's why. Okay, so the tail, oh geez. What's in front, the tail or the hair? Probably the hair, right? Oh man. And it depends on what part of the tail. We'll just say it's the hair. Did you see the prompt for Inktober? I haven't looked at them yet. I still have like less than a week. You talking about the day one prompt? Hate it so much they made your own. Oh, the entire list? For Halloween, will you do horror art? Probably not. I mean, I'm gonna be doing Inktober. That's probably all I'm gonna be doing, because that's one piece every day. And if the prompt kind of necessitates, or if the notion strikes me to draw something horror themed, then I will, but it probably won't be like, you know, intense. It'll be horror in a cute way. So that's all I can muster. Like I had a witch character I drew last year, but the only reason you consider it horror is that she's a witch. So Halloween themed, but not really horrific. You do a horror art request. It really depends. I'm not drawing anything that would be categorized as gore, for instance. So it would be a case by case thing. You could ask, and then I'd be like, nah. Best of luck with Inktober. I'd do it, but I'm so out of practice. Well, that's the point. You get into practice by doing it. Some are okay, but a lot more meh. Well, that's, yeah. I feel like that's sort of how it is. Part of the fun of it is taking it and taking the prompt, which
YouTube music.
can suck, and then trying to do something fun with it. Man, the entire month of October for me is just like one never-ending day. Because I like do not get very much sleep usually, and almost all I'm doing during like weekdays is I wake up, go to work, come home, work on art after, you know, like decompressing or whatever, and then going to sleep at like, you know, 1 a.m. to get 6 hours or less of sleep every night. I'm not sure what structure the request streams are going to take during October. Can you do something creepy with little blood? Well, it depends on how much you mean little. Maybe. Case by case. At the same time, it takes so much time. Yeah, it does. It does take so much time, as I was just saying. It takes all of it. Plus, fear of making mistakes in pen is the worst. Yeah. That's the other thing, it's about getting over that. My first Inktober, have I shown any of my first? I don't think I have. Yeah. Let me see if I can find a... I think I'm done with the line art here. How does everyone feel about the line art? I think we're done. Maybe add like a border here. I feel like we need that. And then maybe another one here. Oh, eyelid. You already started on him because you need some free days. Yes. Some people, uh, that's fine. Yeah. It's just about inking stuff, really. Should probably add some eyelashes. Not too many though, we don't want to royally screw this up. Also don't really like how this eye... I think I want it to curve a bit more like that.
You kicked off your.
I think that's good. Pose is such an improvement. Thank you very much. Wait, would we see both feet? I don't think so. So I think, just for the sake of argument, I think the other foot is like back there. Right? Because the pose is like this. I mean, I don't want to discount your perspective here because I could be wrong. But at least the way I'm seeing it, I think the only way we would see the other foot is if it were going straight back like this, which I don't think it is, and I think that looks like an awkward pose. I could sell it, but I don't think that's what it is. Or if it were going way out there, which I also don't think it is. I mean, I suppose it could also be like here. Retro Kid, suggestions are not different than requests. They're a made-up concept. And not everybody needs to do a request for you. Okay, yeah. Now you got me thinking about where the foot's supposed to be. Ah, man. Okay, we'll come back to that. I'm gonna go grab one of my first Inktober pieces just to demonstrate the I don't know why I'm erasing this like it's on an important layer. Uh let's see. I've got galleries of all my Inktobers so that I can reference them at any given point. Okay, how much do we want to embarrass ourselves today? I think a lot, I guess. These are all pretty bad. Oh man. Okay, let's grab this one. Because I think it's a pretty prime example of some not so great stuff. Okay, I haven't been looking at the chat, but here you go. 3, 2, 1. I like Chelsea's art. Yeah, she does pretty good art. I like it. This is Inktober 2017. This was the first Inktober I did, and this is like day 7 or something. Do I not have it written down? How terrible of me. Yeah, it was day 7. The prompt was shy. Where's my music? Oh, YouTube assumed I wasn't watching anymore. Stupid. OMG. Yeah. What year was that? It was 2017. Um, yes. So this was very early on. I did get better at learning how to do stuff with pens over the course of that year, but not that much. I think I was using a fine point, like a Sharpie pen, you know? Her wrist looks very breakable. Hey, don't get any funny ideas. uh, but yeah, it was like a Sharpie fine point pen, and it was, I think, one of the first sketchbooks I'd ever purchased. Because I was like, man, I'm gonna run out of paper if I don't buy a sketchbook for this. So these were like some of my first art materials that I bought for myself. Was this, kind of mediocre sketchbook and like a fine point Sharpie. And my whole MO at the time was we do the sketch, and I was okay, well, relatively speaking, okay at doing pencil sketches at the time, and I hadn't had a lot of practice inking them. Uh, so if do we have the resolution here? I think we do. You can see this chicken scratches. Like, this is how I was going about it, just a little bit at a time, like, gotta get it done. Um, and then to shade it, I knew I needed to do cross hatches or just hatches of some sort, but I didn't really understand anything beyond that, like where to put them or the directionality. I was even doing cross hatches in some places that didn't make any sense. For the amount of blood, just some on the teeth and a few lines going down the mouth. Yeah, that sounds okay. Um, let's see if I can demonstrate any improvement over the course of this year. Possibly. well, okay, towards the end of this year, I literally started kind of cheating and using pencil to shade stuff, much to my shame. Um, I'll look at the year after this. Let's look at 2018 to see how I improved. Because this was still during that newbie gain period, you know? And this time I was also still using pencil to shade stuff. Did I ever get away from that? Looks like I did. So my 2018 stuff ended up looking a hell of a lot better than 2017 stuff. And this was, you know, as a result, I had a very sort of inflated sense of, I don't know if that's accurate to say that. I was like, wow, I'm improving so fast. This was 2018. This was sort of mid to late Inktober 2018. And I went ahead and put all the pertinence there, so it's much easier to date. You did a girl on acid for that day in 2017. It still makes you die. You did that on day 4 of Inktober 2018. No shame. As in you drew a girl on acid or you drew a girl while on acid? So there's probably a big difference there. Character design is pretty simple and the color... Oh, you're still talking about your request. We'll get to that, you know, next week or whenever we have a request stream. Not bad. I thought it was okay. Obviously still some... Well, okay, so this was taken... I actually referenced something for this. Because I'm like, I don't know how to draw a golf swing. I don't really know how to draw a golf swing, so let's try and be a little bit more faithful here. But I was just, you know, in terms of inking, I had sort of figured out like the hatching and, you know, sectioning off the right parts. Still a bit sloppy, but it's way better than this. But like, what's a bad thing I did from 2018? Or a worse one, rather? I also did a bunch of like comic panels that nobody ever read that I thought were funny. This was day 22, expensive. Oh, you shaded with a pencil during October. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just like kind of dodging the challenge. Because if you're better at shading with a pencil, and I certainly am slash was, uh, you're sort of cheating the system. I think you just invented a new sport called Jolf, perhaps. One request per person, that's right. Per week. Or stream. 2018 you attempted to color a lot. It was painful. Never again. I don't know if this is even visible in the OBS. This is Elo-chan. Elo like a, you know, ranking system. Because the whole she's playing Overwatch or something like it is the joke here. Nice push, team, but damn, we used a whole lot of ults, and then we have a bunch of funny prototypical usernames here being toxic in chat. And the important thing to take is that Elo-chan's in the team voice channel and is the only person in the team voice channel. Elo-chan is the only one in voice and has no friends. Not deterred, still talking on the open mic. Indeed, in the parlance of our times, you might call that push expensive. And that was my attempt at doing that prompt. Because what I did when I didn't know what to do with a prompt is I did like a 4-panel comic or more. Used to ink all your stuff, not really didn't use color until you went digital. Took a long time for me to start coloring stuff, but kind of important. Elo-chan is relatable. Yes, indeed. This may have been based on a real person. This may have been based on me. Also, there's a Big Lebowski joke in there. And we're breaking the fourth wall. But yeah, I think that's enough of showing off old Inktober stuff. Point was, this is where I started, and oh, I guess we should have another point of comparison, like where I am today on the Inktober, or at least last year. What did I do last year? I went crazy last year. I did stupid stuff last year. I almost killed all my Copics last year. The gray ones. Also did a lot of very sloppy work. But I started like actually trying, I think. Okay, this was last year. Most recent Inktober, day 13. I actually tried to have some sort of composition going on. You sent a quote, I don't know how it relates. Went off last year as well, did a background for every day. Yeah, you build on it, you know? You you go nuts. You don't get any sleep and it gets better. I'd go and look at your old stuff from last year, but I don't know where to find it without, scrolling forever on Twitter. If it's only one request per person, I might want to change my mind of which character to request. That's the request calculus, my friend. I can hear the lo-fi music playing over that roof. Is the music too quiet? Because I can turn it up. Do I have a Discord server? No, I don't. I'm not near. Listen, there's 6 people watching right now. Do you think I have enough people to have a Discord? Sorry, I don't mean to be short. Oh, yeah, roof. Gotcha. Sorry, I completely forgot what we were looking at. Yeah, she's got herself the radio and a coffee or whatever it is. Nobody will ever know. And a pair of binoculars. I'd like to think actually this is like a ham radio setup, so she's not listening to music. I think she's listening in to like, I don't know, a police scanner or something. This is the name of an Evangelion episode. This is the name of my favorite Evangelion episode, I think. Or the alternate name. Okay, so the how do you request? Well, you do it in the YouTube chat during the stream. Um, and if you need to send references or something, you can send it to me over Twitter. But at the during the stream, that is. See ya, Retro Kid. Thanks for watching and chatting. I have a good feeling that we'll get this piece finished, and we'll be able to have this posted today or tomorrow. I don't know. So the line art's done, which means we can go crazy on the rendering and stuff. You have a good night too, Retro Kid. Okay, so now the process is gonna look a lot like my normal like request rendering process, just more in depth, I guess. So the first thing I'm gonna do, you don't have Twitter. Well, A, you can get one, or B, you can just tell me the specifics in the YouTube chat. Or you can send me a message on DeviantArt as well. Go crazy, go stupid on that rendering. Oh, I intend to. Going absolutely nuts on this rendering. That's our sketch, cool. That's that, what's this? Nothing? Cool. I'm gonna delete it, because I think that's what I drew the random junk on. Right, was I gonna add the foot? I don't think I am. I like the idea of it shooting off the other way. Okay, so under the line art, we're going to add some skin. Where's the one I was using? Is it this? Thereabouts? Of course, we need to make the line art layer the reference layer, so that everything that uses the reference layer as a reference knows not to go outside those. Okay, what happens? Oh, I don't have the bucket set to refer other layers at the moment. So now, see? There we go. Oh no, we'll have to fix that. And so at this point, you can also use the enclose and fill tool. Hypothetically get stuff that is not inside, but there's also the paint unfilled area tool, which is pretty nice. You can go in here and it just like zaps it into being painted, but it doesn't work all the time, which is why a lot of the time I just come in here with a marker and don't even bother with this garbage. And that is probably what I will do now. Just use a fill in mono pen or the Milli pen, however picky I'm feeling. And I just go in and I just fill stuff in, which might seem tedious, and it is, but this layer is probably the most important layer. So we're gonna do the tedious work. Besides, the bucket's done most of it for us already. So I just got to get around the edges, basically. Looks like a line art issue there, but I think we can fix that just by putting in a flat color. So long as I'm not leaving any holes anywhere, we're pretty much fine. I can check that by switching the line art on and off. You might not be able to see that on the stream, but I can see that there's like little gaps where the line art is. So I'm just gonna go and fill those in so it's like this opaque mass. Because when I go in and I do layers on top of this, using this layer as the reference, I don't want there to be gaps in like a multiply layer I put on top. I mean, I'll live, but I don't really want it to be that way. And you draw a slight gore. As I said, it kind of depends. And if it's described as gore, probably not. But we'll take it on a case-by-case basis. So. I think that'll do for that. Almost forgot that I drew something that actually looked kind of cute. It was a surprise. Okay, we have purple hair. And it's like really dark purple. I don't know if I want to do it as dark. Let's try, just for funsies, to use the enclose and fill. And see if we can get it to work. This is part of that, so I gotta grab that too. Probably gotta select basically just the entire thing, a hair. The danger of the enclose and fill tool is that you might be enclosing and filling stuff that you don't want to fill. Oh no. Oh no.
With over 80 million official songs.
Yeah, that didn't work. Okay, we're not doing that. This isn't a bad color. Tell me that bell didn't sound like the Taco Bell bell. I think I know where he got that sample. I don't know if you've seen Soul Eater, but she reminds me of Blair. I have seen the first episode of Soul Eater, and if Blair is the, yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. I can't unhear that. This, this song is supposedly called Substance D, but I don't think he's fooling anybody. This is about a midnight Taco Bell run. I don't even think it's a stretch to make that comparison. Like, I was shocked out of whatever the hell I was talking about. I don't even remember what I was saying. Because Soul Eater though. Yeah, seen the first episode and I think I know the character you're talking about. Substance to cheesy gordita crunch. So I had the ears and the tail as a different color, but I was stupid to do that. So we're not gonna do that. I can use the bucket fill for this. I don't need to be an idiot. Honestly, they just need to start throwing this in their advertisements. They need to rethink their strategy. Could destroy a chicken chalupa right now, maybe even a liter of Baja Blast. When I get Taco Bell, it doesn't really matter how late it is, or if I have work tomorrow. I will always opt for the Baja Blast. Caffeine intake be damned. It's that important. This is not a sponsored stream. But I mean, it could be. Okay, let's have a look and see how well we've covered that. Pretty well. Like a cyberpunk themed ad campaign, precisely. Get tacos installed right into your forearms. She could be a Taco Bell mascot. Definitely go there more with this cute gecko going to bed. Yep, I think that's true. Yeah, you're right. I think we would all go there a little bit more. It's too bad that they're like doing okay, I guess, and they don't have to do desperate marketing thing. I mean, arguably they do some desperate marketing things, but you know, not like entire rebrand situation. I was looking for this. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so I had the lingerie the same color. Do I agree with that decision? I don't know. The socks, though, were a different color. Man. Do I, at this point, scrub all the notions that I was going with before? Kinda wanna go with, like... Let's just try some stuff. Let's just try some stuff. Oh man. Like, does this look ridiculous? I mean, it doesn't look ridiculous, but is this peak form? Is there another color we could use? I mean, what's the Taco Bell color? It's like a red bell, or is it yellow? It's yellow bell, right? That would make sense. Bells aren't red. I guess their newfangled logo, they don't even have it's just the purple, isn't it? So it's like it is a red bell. Should have gone with my instincts. It's like magenta though. We're only entertaining this thought for as long as it's worth anything. So let's not get too excited here. Because if I do this, it's not like, oh yeah, it's Taco Bell. Ha ha ha. Right? We don't look at that and think that's Taco Bell. Right? That's the Taco Bell cat. I don't think I do. Do I want to scuttle this whole exercise for the memes? I don't know. Just about a taco in our hand, problem solved. I don't think I'll go that far, but the goal isn't necessarily to be obvious about this. Only the people who know will know, right? I think this is a fine color scheme anyway. Just hope it doesn't clash too much. Also, if I make the frills black, I don't really have to worry too much about rendering them or they being very visible at all. So that's two birds with one stone. I'm not sure what the first bird is actually. I think in my reference I've got yellow eyes, which would be the bell, like the thing inside the bell, right? The thing that sounds the bell. What do you call that? Needs to be brighter. Thank you for the tacos.
With
can take this color and use it for the fluff. Okay, how's our line work looking here? Or rather, our flat work is what I mean to say. It's looking mostly okay. Have a few splotchy areas. To be expected. Basically, we just hope nobody looks too closely at the frills. That's the whole game plan. Sorry, deep in concentration again. Actually, at this point, what I should do, I mean, I've zoomed in too far now, is flick this to a multiply layer. It doesn't have as much of an impact with the pencil. So let's duplicate it. There we go. Crazy. And I will definitely lessen the impact of that change later, but for right now, I want to be able to see this stuff clearly. Oh, whoops. And at a certain point, I'm going to tell myself I'm okay with whatever this is. So what are we missing, actually? Maybe some coverage over here. I mean, it's fine. Right, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna grab this and just add a little bit of implied floof. I guess it's not really implied, but there's no line work to go with it. That's what I mean. Okay, we have the flats in place. Now it gets serious. So now we decide how actually we're going to render this. And what I've been doing lately get everything when we do this? Ah, look at all that. Splotchy. Terrible. But that's okay, we can grab stuff. What I've been doing lately and what I did with my most recent piece, which some of you may have seen, which is also a redraw of something I'd done earlier. Sort of inverting my typical rendering process by essentially covering everything in shadow and then putting in highlights where the light hits. That works really well for doing like dramatic, non-conventional lighting. And I wonder if I can make it work for like regular old lighting. Am I missing anything? Just a little bit. Do I have Discord? No. No, I don't. I think I said that earlier. Are you asking if I have Discord? I have Discord, yes. What are the eyes for? Did I say something funny? Or just checking in on the situation at large? So for this multiply layer, that is what this is. I'm just gonna bucket fill. I'm gonna make this a reference layer just cause. For request, can I message them to you on Discord? Did you hear that you can use DeviantArt if you want to send me reference stuff if you have a DeviantArt? And for what it's worth, it'd be cool if we can steer clear of the topic of requests for the remainder of this stream. Okay, do we want a more dramatic shadow than that? Maybe a bluer one, a darker one. Because complementary colors or something. I actually don't know how that relates. Maybe this looks better. Panties remind me of a deck of cards. Oh, because of the heart. You don't have a DeviantArt, only a Discord. Well, that's rough, man. I don't reckon I have a public-facing Discord. If that, I'm not sure to what extent that actually matters, but we'll figure something out, okay? On the day of, we'll figure it out. Easiest thing to do would be to create a Twitter. And then you would also get, you know, updates when I go to stream. So what I've done here, chat, is I have filled everything in with a multiply layer. So the shadows are done. Sort of. We just need to define what's not shadow now. And also I'm gonna do this what the pros call ambient occlusion, um, which in layman's speak means the really dark shadows. Which is the spots where even the ambient light cannot get because they are occluded or they are blocked by something. Hence, ambient occlusion. I'll do a little bit of that on the frills, but I don't want to get too worked up over it. And it's generally a pretty subtle effect. In fact, it shouldn't be there, because ambient light can definitely hit
YouTube
those
Music is a
knuckles. Otherwise, I tend to use this layer just for like additional shadows in areas I think should be darker, with not any real science behind it. The frizzles. They're the most important. I wish they just weren't so goddamn hard to draw. I'll have to flesh that out, that's funny. That's probably a little too intense. I should not be using up so much brain power on this layer. Sometimes I just forgo this layer entirely, actually. Seems almost pointless, but it usually adds a little bit to the overall piece. I guess we can hit the rest of the hair with what I was doing here. Don't want to get too crazy again. And I suppose we can border the bottom. Today's a struggle. Sorry about that, man. Your profile pic looks familiar on your Twitter. Yeah, we're mutuals and I post a bunch of his work. You also might follow him. Someone posted a thing about how art is fun when you finish a piece, but totally sucks when you start. Really feeling that right now. About mine? Yes, I indeed do retweet your stuff any given opportunity. Sometimes I don't retweet it because I have retweeted a different whip stage that you've done. And I feel like, man, am I gonna retweet every iteration of this? So sometimes I do like the first one, and then when like there's too much calculus that goes into retweeting stuff. But I usually retweet it like 2 or 3 of the different whip processes that you do. Okay, I'm gonna call the ambient occlusion layer fine. I say as I continue adding stuff. We're gonna be good. It's gonna be good. We're done. We're done. We're finished. Okay, but you can see when we flick this on and off, we have added a little bit of dimension. You know? Maybe it's a little extreme in some areas, so I usually take this layer and I decrease it a little bit, making pointless even more the work that I put into it. But I think it adds a little bit, which is why it's something I don't normally do during the requests. Maybe not the greatest idea to fire hose content in the form of daily whips, but it's the path I've chosen. And you know what? That's totally cool. I guess the reason I don't do that, because I probably would if I spent longer than a few hours on every piece, is because I usually don't take longer than a day to do something, because I'm impatient. Sometimes I take a few days, and if I feel like I don't have anything else to post, I'll be like, hey, look, it's a whip. Look. I also break out my content now into like, I've got the finished piece, I might have an alternate version or two, and then I have the time-lapse version. So there's like at least 3 ways I can post something every time, so I can stretch my content out that way. Style is very adorable. It's true. Does good work over there. He's working on a series right now. I assume you're still working on it, of like flower girls. You would simply perish if what? We are moving to, because I'm done with, oh, I'm not done with that layer actually. Gotta do the eyes. Just hit it with a little bit of a shadow. These are supposedly 3-dimensional objects. Don't tell anybody though. As far as we're all concerned, they're 2D. Just ultra slow, always doing something I'm not used to, so I gotta take what I can get. Yeah. I was actually not too long ago, relatively speaking, it took me a really long time to get through a single digital piece. Like my first one. Okay, we're gonna go back into the annals of history again real quick. I have drawn Asuka so many times that I have my own folder for Asuka. But that's partially because I use Asuka as a benchmark for like how much I've improved, I guess. And I guess we can show both of them. That would be a cool comparison. Christ, this thing sucks. This was one of my first digital pieces, and it was one I did of Asuka. Wow, it's so aggressive and red. Oh man. And this took me, I think, a week or more. No, this took me longer than that. I think it took me a couple of weeks to do this. Because I was so finicky and like trying to be perfect about it. Like look at these lines. This isn't vector art. I was just trying to do the lines like that. That's why it took me so long. You know? And for what? It looks like shit. At the time I thought it looked pretty good, but it was like I spent so long doing this, and then the rendering process is super bare bones, so it was like I took what was probably some decent line art and kind of ruined it, but it was state of the art for me at the time. But again, took me way too long to do this. And that's sort of like a baseline how long it took me to do stuff at the time. It's not bad for a first one. Mine was so trash because I use a mouse. Oh. Yeah. If you got anything that looked half decent out of a mouse, you have my undying respect, because mice are not meant for that sort of work. This was actually done with an Intuos, which is not a display tablet. It's just a, you know, do I have it? It's somewhere else. You know, you draw separately from the screen, so it's just a pad that you draw on, and you look at the screen separately to see where your mouse is, which is really hard to get used to, and I didn't like at all, so I bought myself a Cintiq late last year. And so that's sort of very much that's why my digital art workflow got a lot faster, and allowed me to draw, as opposed to in like 2+ weeks. I drew. Is this what I think it is? I hope it's what I think it is. This in probably a day. And this was pretty recent. When I got my drawing pad, I did Dio first. I don't do much fan art, because it takes me some time to figure out how to draw a character. So I've got like maybe 1.5 to 2 characters that I would say I can safely draw and have it look anything like the reference. And Asuka's one of them. I can pretty much do Asuka with no reference. I usually go to check details of the plug suit and stuff, because there's no point in not doing that. But yeah, and this one, if we zoom in on the line work, you can see I don't care so much anymore. You know, it's a little jagged. There's bits that are sticking out, you know, super thick in places. I do need to work on like line weight. That's something I haven't paid much mind to. Um, but like the process has slimmed down considerably, and I think the product is much better, but that's because of various other reasons. Anyway, that's the digital art story. Okay, what stage am I at? Okay, I just did the multiply onto the eyes. Where's my music? Keep playing, please. Thank you. What was this gonna be? This is probably gonna be my color burn, color dodge layer. So I did my multiply, now I'm gonna do the highlights. Um, and this is also part of the new strat. My all-time favorite digital piece I've done is from like 4 years ago of Dio eating spaghetti out of Jotaro's pockets. That sounds like a wonderful time, and it sounds indeed like a masterpiece. Cursed is good sometimes. Okay, so for color dodge, what we want to do is grab a warmish color for a key light. And what I would normally do here with this technique is I just do it around the edges to make it look like a rim light. And I could very well do that here. I think I need a darker color because it's affecting these a little bit. Too much variation, I think. Something like that. What a power move. You had it printed out over your bed. That looks a little better. Keeps the wrong people away, at least. And if I wanted to, I'm just doing this for demonstration purposes actually, I don't know if this is the lighting setup I want to go with, but the longer I work on it, the longer it becomes likely that I will go with this, so I should probably stop. But this is sort of how I would do this with this technique. It's just to have this very dramatic backlight. But I can't do that for every piece. I mean, I think some people make a living doing that, and maybe I should too, but I do want to have something lit from the front every now and again, right? Know what I'm saying? So to negotiate that, I tried doing this actually during one of my request streams. And I think it kind of worked, but I was still a little bit confused by it. And not sure if I had done something worth anything. So instead, we're going to try a light source which is more conventional. Why isn't it doing anything? Just give me 3 seconds, I'll figure this out. Because I got the eraser tool selected. Yeah, cool. I think the problem here is that when you go with the color burn, it like 100% makes it look like it's a dimmer light, I think. But maybe I'm just using it wrong. Could be a skill issue. So let's try this. We'll just hit spots I know are going to be lit up with the hard airbrush, and then we'll fill in the gaps with the soft one. Do it, looks good. What are we referring to? The first lighting setup I had or this one? I didn't look up. We're gonna make this work, don't worry. I might even want to use a different color for the hair. So we'll get to that. That looks a little weird. Cool though. Definitely that's gonna be lit up. This actually forces me to think about where the light's hitting. And Christ. That's a mental struggle. It's fire, well that's cool. Definitely a good sign. It's probably much better tools to use for this too. What can I say? master finally lets you out of the basement to get Taco Bell. Can I use that as a caption? Because I like that. Maybe with the Nia in there somewhere. What I'm not doing right now that I probably should is, in fact, I shouldn't do this either. Should probably just use the soft airbrush for that area. I don't want to put any harsh. Wrong color. I feel like I'm using far too large a brush for this. And also I should definitely break this down into sections at this point. Hold on, is this turning out okay? Could it be? I think we're gonna get a big assist from subsurface scattering layer. face probably just needs more light. Also, I do want to define the shadow on the neck pretty harshly. Okay. Let's move on from the skin. I would try and explain what I'm doing here, but they're just entirely disconnected thoughts. And also, I don't really know what I'm doing here. Actually, I don't know if I like that. How did those get hit? I guess probably because, that's still a reference layer? Okay. So we definitely want to, I think, erase that. And we'll try and put in, I think it needs to be brighter so as not to be confused. For the main color. Not sure that's doing what I want it to do. Maybe we should just not add highlights there. I like that idea. Kinda. Even though these are ostensibly the same material as the leggings, they're getting a different highlight color. How do I feel about that? I'm not sure. Maybe I'll go back and correct the, that's too intense, obviously. There we go. Okay, now we're getting crazy. I'm piling this on top of a different layer. The same layer, rather. Yikes. Okay. Suppose we should go through here. Make this eye look like it fits in now, because that is not what I was doing before. Looks kind of strung out at the moment. Let's fix that. I mean, does that not play into the idea of the character? I'm not sure. But that looks better now. Okay, the hair is going to be a difficult part to figure out. The hair is going to need a couple extra layers all to itself, I think. And in this case, all I really want to do is highlight the areas which are definitely highlights. God, I don't know. Definitely not shadows, rather. I think I want a brighter color for that. Or perhaps all I should really do is go into my multiply layer and erase the portions that... Oh, that looks interesting. Erase the portions I don't want to be in shadow. I think that's probably an improvement on this in general. I'm just not sure how to standardize it. Because it does give it a particular look when you're applying highlights directly on top of shadows, instead of in areas that shadows definitely aren't. So I'm still getting used to that.
mixes of the
So I wonder if we can take that idea. Yikes, we don't want to do that. Perhaps we can, but should we? You know? And then on this color dodge, then I can probably go in with a somewhat more reasonable color and make it look okay. Oh, yikes. Yeah, that looks kind of cool now. I don't like the highlights made with this airbrush though. I'll go in with something else after, but I can do the edges at least. This is an interesting effect because this is on top of that ambient occlusion layer, which is a darker color. So it's on top of the multiply and the ambient occlusion, so it's like giving it this almost iridescent look when I put the highlights on top. That's kind of cool. Okay. I don't know if I'm 100% satisfied with that, but we'll come back to it. For now, let's go to our overlay. We're actually already on a pretty good color for that. as well grab that. You want to change the brush size. So this is taking those areas which were left looking sort of pale and dead and makes them not so much like that anymore. We definitely do need some more highlights though. It's starting to look a little too homogeneous. And that's totally cool because we will have a highlight layer that is separate from that color dodge. And I think that'll give it a nice look. So that's what I did with my most recent drawing. Not sure if we can or should add any overlay to this one, but we can try. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I feel like orange is probably the wrong color for that overlay. So what if we did Sorry, I was just saving the project. Gonna be heading out. Good stream. Excited to see Taco Bell Cat finish Nighty Night. Thank you for coming by. And we will definitely try and get this one wrapped up. I think we're getting pretty close, actually. Rendering is halfway done, I want to say. Unless I have tweaks to make. Look forward to it. And I look forward to seeing your Inktober stuff. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I do hope I don't end up over-rendering these tights and then leave everything else looking pale in comparison. We'll see. I don't think I'm at risk of that just yet. let's head on over to the red. And let's just try a couple colors, see what happens. I don't like that. I don't like that either. Maybe just a light application of that. Oh man, I still don't like it. So let's just get rid of that. Don't worry, we've got plenty in store to really bring those features out. Did I not hit that very well? I'm not sure that I did. What was that color? Cool. And then hair, I'm not sure I want an overlay. At least if I have an overlay, I want to do something different with it, so we'll move on for now. And we'll do the eyes later too. So on top of the overlay, we're going to put our hard light layer, our first one. So we're going to have a few of these, I think. This one we're going to take a bright and warm color and just airbrush it on. I'm not doing the hard highlights just yet. Oh, and we're definitely going to want to deselect. Or rather, in this case, since we did it backwards, what we want to do is just select the areas I already have blocked out as highlights, and then use my magic wand to just select the skin. That's how you do that. Can I make this work? These stones are just a little bit too close to each other to actually make this stand up, but we can do what we can. And then hit it here as well, I think. I'll probably go through with the really bright color on another hard light layer just to touch this up. God damn it. That's too much now. Okay, we'll deal with it later. Bro, what the hell? I don't know. I bully kids. What the hell? Definitely want to hit that with a rim light or something.
YouTube music.
I think that's already looking a lot better. Maybe just a quick sweep over. Yeah. I think I can hear the Taco Bell bell again. I don't know what to make of it, guys. It's Kismet. Whoops, I almost forgot. We do that. And then grab Magic Wand. Cool. It's just a pitched up Taco Bell bell, guys. I don't know what to tell you. That's a mess. can't escape the bell. Okay. So this I've already done a lot of highlight work on, so I'm not sure I actually want to add anything on this layer. Did I just do something I don't want to do? I did. Wow. But like, what happens if I do that? Maybe I kind of like it? God, there's just so much junk going on. If I ever want to make a modification to these, I'm gonna be so boned. I haven't even gotten to backlight stuff yet. Okay. So the hair, this is when we actually got to start adding stuff. What I want to do here, and I have a few options because it's hair. And I'm kind of butchering it again, right? I think I'll get to the hair later. So, let's do backlight. And here, I'm going to try and keep it pretty simple. We're just going to grab the multiply minus the color dodge. And then select the skin. Wow, that's so many steps. And we're going to go with a cooler backlight. Not quite that cool, but something like that. Just try and hit some of these outside areas with some soft blue light. Because it's like ambient light. I'm not creative enough to use any other type of light, as it happens. Now I think it's pretty easy to overdo this, so I want to try not to. Like these areas in here don't need too much of it, or any, probably. This here though, I definitely want to hit. And the underside of the forearm. And I'll try and hit this too. That's pretty much it for the skin. And we'll hit the leggings, the tights, if you will. Here, I think I can probably get away with just spamming it on there. And if it blends with the other layers, so be it. But we also want to get it over here. be a little bit too strong over there. This is why we divide it up like that. But I am really not confident I'd be able to pick out anything that isn't hit by some sort of light already on that layer. Okay, we technically also have this, so we can hit that as well. Just barely. Is that not got anything on it? Oh, it does. I'm just not sure why it's not selected. In this case, I think well, that looks ugly. Oh god. Nobody zoom in too far on this. I think I can work on the hair, but I'm getting ahead of myself. This, I believe, is the single most important piece of lighting in the entire drawing. So I'm going to try not to F it up. Yeah, it looks alright.
Listen to Chill Hop.
Okay, let's do the hair. At least the backlight portion of the hair. Here I'm actually going to take a bit of like a skin tone and swipe it across the hair here. Sort of gives it that see-through-ish quality. I don't do that very often, but it's something that I should do more often. Okay, that's backlight, so then we're going to do hard highlights. And I'm essentially going to take the same color, maybe a little bit brighter, and just use the hard airbrush. And make sure I'm selecting the right thing. put highlights in places that need highlights. Or would, you know, look better with highlights anyway. What does it mean to need anything, I suppose. Now there is a proper balance to strike with these, and I'm leaving them like unblended at the moment because I'm going to go back and hit them later. But I would not leave them as they are right now because they're far too harsh. But it does help define form. If you make them too heavy, it makes it look makes the surface look quite, you know, shiny or slick, which isn't. I mean, in some senses, we do want to do that, but not too much. We don't want to make this look like latex, for instance. I think I'll wave off on that. I'll do the eyes later. But now I'm gonna come through and dampen these. I mean, there's other ways to do this, like you can come through with a blend tool. You can that also works. I often just use a airbrush set to transparency. But, you know, we just want to leave a suggestion of a light highlight. In some cases, it'll end up being a little bit more than a suggestion. But we just don't want to have too much of that. On the skin, I think it can afford to be a little bit brighter. Especially when the highlights themselves are a bit smaller. So it's subtle, but it's a thing. It's there. Now I'm gonna do the very unsubtle rim light. Cute heart. Yeah, I thought so too. I mean, I also thought so 4 years ago, so that's why. You know, this ended up looking kind of pink because of the highlights. I drove it like in a warmer direction. Perhaps we'll do a correction layer. Okay, what the hell am I doing? I've almost forgotten. I just did hard highlights. Yeah, I'm gonna do a rim light. I'm gonna go ahead and select just everything here. And I'm gonna go around the edge. I'll go ahead and make this a different hard light layer. And do a rim light. So everybody loves that. In fact, I already did that basically with the hair, so this is just kind of redundant. But we will do it with the skin. Actually, down here probably not. Too much shadow. And then on this side, we'll do it with the blue highlight. So much of that's already in shadow, so we don't want to be unrealistic about the lighting situation, right? That might even look good. Cool.
Want to listen ad free?
Okay, I've put it off long enough. We got to work on the hair now. And here what I want to do is in here we'll put in a hard light layer. Or no, we'll do a multiply layer. And I guess we'll put it under the color dodge because it's multiply. Now this is supposed to be purple here, so we'll go with a purple color, and I just wanna... Here's what we'll do. We'll select the hair, and then we use the select tool to deselect an area I think I want to have be a highlight. This is very finicky work. It's gotta be rounded. It's finicky and it's entirely made up. So we're going to grab the soft airbrush on the multiply layer, and we are going to start shading the hair. Kind of violently, actually. I'll probably go back and fix some of this if I don't like it, but point is we keep this area clear. It looks like I've got some really cool effects with the color burn going on, and I'd like to say that was on purpose, but it wasn't. Gotta trust the process, absolutely. I did a lighting situation with the hair, I think to pretty good effect somewhat recently. So we'll see if I can recreate the magic. So here I want to actually kind of get rid of this. I forgot this is how I did this, so took a couple of unnecessary steps. But we want to take this upper border here and let's deselect that. There we go. And fade it upwards in a gradient type fashion. It's probably taken a little bit too high, so we'll bring it back down a little bit. It's a process. It's an operation which works entirely by feel. You know what I need to do? I need to just expand this brush so I can do big sort of sweeping, that sort of thing. Let's undo that last one. See, now we have this cool little thing. And to that area, we'll want to add hard light. And to do that, we will select this multiply layer. Okay, perfect. And then grab our hard light, except I think I want it to be, again, sort of purplish light. And we'll go over it with the airbrush. Wrong selection. I want the opposite of that. So like, could just invert selection. That'd be super sloppy. Is there any way I can? Yes, I can go select the hair, subtract that multiply layer. There we go. And then we go in with the airbrush. And somehow that looks awesome. I don't know how. I mean, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that looks awesome. Ugh.
With Music Premium.
It's hard to want to add something now. I don't know what I want to add. I guess I could go in. This should probably go on top of this. And here we can try and define some of these hair strands a little better. So I don't like that. That doesn't look good for any reason, right? I mean, maybe. Christ. I've never done that before. Add the Taco Bell logo. Maybe we'll have an alternate. God, you know, I think this might actually look okay. This is something I do with traditional art, like this is how I do hair. feel like it shouldn't work in this context. But, you know, what do I know? Headphones are dying. Oh no. They'll hang around a little while. I feel like I can't get away with this. This is wrong, fundamentally. And I feel like in the future I'll look back on this and be like, that was kind of trashy looking. But maybe I'm wrong about that. I would be happy to be wrong about that. I need to add some floof to this hard light layer. This one. Cool. Floof has been acknowledged. Overlay, I guess.
When you sign up for YouTube,
We're gonna want a dark purple. Might be too saturated, but I think it'll work. Let's select the hair again. Okay, that's interesting. Not sure how I feel about this drum beat. I guess I don't want to turn down the entire layer, but just try and dampen the effects of that. That's a little intense. Also, in general, I feel like the hair is too dark. So let's try and diversify that a little bit. So let's go through here. I think, and let's just hit it with some additional hard light. See what happens. I don't think anybody's dying, so that's good.
You started with yoga for
Some very interesting thumbnails in this playlist. Oh, whoops. Doesn't look so bad in reverse. Let's do this just for, as a sanity check. Oh. Yeah, okay, this is relatively readable. I took that hard light layer out. Which one? This one? It's not even bad before, I guess. So maybe I can afford to tone down on some of that. In fact, I think I should. So let's go and get rid of some of that. Especially down here, I think we can definitely ease off the gas. We'll be okay. Press some buttons I didn't mean to press. Never know what can happen. My headphones could also die at any second, which would mean that my mic is also dead. So I'd have to figure something out real quick. The eyes. Now, I don't want to do a whole lot here, and I don't typically do a whole lot. So, shadows are fine for the moment. Let's do a color dodge. Dark yellow. Not dark enough. Not yellow enough? I guess the base color was just so goddamn light. So that's a little better. So let's color dodge again. Gotta change the brush. Cool. Makes it glow a little bit. Overlay. Just to sort of like blend the shadows a little bit. Hard light layer, let's grab just some white and add like a little bit of reflections. Hardly gonna be visible, but I think it's worthwhile. And then we'll just want a shine layer. If it's just pure white, I'm not sure it makes a difference what type of layer it is, so now the normal should be all the way at the top. There we go. We're just going rogue and dropping highlights in. Going absolutely insane. probably don't need them. I did want to retouch the boobs though, and we did get a chance to do that. So huzzah! Okay, so here's something I want to try doing. Let's take the base color, which is supposed to be red, but kind of looks a little different now. Gonna crank the saturation a little bit. Maybe just drop the luminosity, I'm not sure. I don't want to overdo this, this is pretty touchy. But just want to make it look less pink and a bit more red. Wow, that's a really subtle change. As for instance, if we did all the slider all the way there, maybe that's all we really need to do. How does that actually look though? My thumbnail view, it doesn't look bad. Maybe it looks a little aggressive. Let's try that. And flick that on. So black and white still looks fine. It's just a really strong combination of colors. Still all in the same ballpark, I guess, so it's fine. Let's add some blush.
You just caught 24.
Okay, I do not dislike that. It's probably a bit much. Just want a light application here. Okay, that's interesting. Not actually sure where else I should put this. Elbow. Doesn't do much there. obviously far too much. Well, we only know what too much is, though, by going way over the line, is the thing. Okay, I am finding a Taco Bell logo PNG. This is the newfangled one, so I don't know if it's exactly what we want, but okay, I have to actually make a selection, I think. Or can I just... Oh my god. Not sure how to... Just as a hint over here. It's not a very high quality PNG, so it's... It's funny. I wonder if we don't go with the old school... I'd say old school, but it's not that old. Like this guy. It's perfect. We'll try with this one though too. So let's take that one away, paste this one in. So the colors obviously clash with this one. So we might need to do some work. It is a higher quality picture though. This is so goofy. So let's hit OK. New correction layer. Okay, that's gonna hit everything, so I just want to select this. Perfect. Correction layer. I want to hue shift this a bit. Definitely desaturate it, I think. That's almost there. It's almost done it right there. I hate this. I hate what I've done. I hate how it works. Okay, so we don't want it to clash too much. We want to have a clear delineation between the foreground and the background here. Just the suggestion of the Taco Bell. Oh no. Oh no. This is gross. This is truly terrifying. Whoa. That's weird. It made a mask of the other layer. I don't really want to. I don't intend on iterating on the Taco Bell logo, but like this is a cool effect. I don't want it to steal the show, right? So actually we need to take both of these. Okay.
YouTube Music is a
Is it better with or without this? I think this just provides a little bit of separation between the foreground and the background. Okay. Um, unless there are any other suggestions, I think we can probably call this one done. We can throw in another overlay layer, I guess. See how we feel about different sort of color weighting and stuff. I usually do like a pink version, or I have in the past. Did we break your you didn't break my spirit. I did that. I did that to me. But we can play around with other, like, you know, color variations. I like doing these, like, black and white but pink versions. In this case, I think it misses the point a little bit, but this pink overlay does look okay. And it helps to unify the image. You know? I could spend hours looking at minor alterations like this, but god damn. Think outside the bun is what they said. I'm really not sure what they meant, but I don't think it was this. I don't think it was this. Okay, so to wrap this up here, I have been streaming for close to 6 hours. Wow, close to 6 hours. I guess just to give you a sense of this is how long I might spend on a piece if I wasn't trying to crank them out 4 at a time for one live stream. This is what the process would look like. And Ihara, you were here for quite a bit of it. I'm not sure if you were around for the entire 6 hours. I don't remember. Were you? It was an entire 6 hours ago. I don't have any memory of that time. But we peaked at 9 viewers. I actually want to say there was 10 for just a fraction of a second. But that's pretty good, especially for a stream. Like, the viewership of this stream is about the same for one in which I do requests for people, if not a little bit more. So that's a good sign that people will still watch the live stream, even if I'm not drawing them free stuff. You don't have much going on Sundays? Yeah, me neither. Guess that's why this happened. The original intent of this stream, lest we forget, was to redraw. Was to redraw something I'd done in the past. I don't know if you can see my layer list. You might be able to see it. No, you can't. You can just see the tools. Let's see if I can't. I don't want to get too crazy here, but oh, that's the overlay. Don't want to move that. Come on. These are the layers. Because I had 17 of them. I'm not too good at organizing these things. I used to. I was very rigorous. Like, okay, here's the folder for like the skin, and here's all the rendering effects on the skin, and that takes fucking forever. So I reduced it to being like, okay, here's the line art layer, and here's this layer and this layer, and I would name them, and I don't name them anymore, and I don't organize them anymore. So it's now just one big blob of garbage. Actually, you know what? There's a couple other things we can do here, and they don't take that long. So let's give that a go. Oh, the question is, do we want the let's merge those. Cool. I'm gonna duplicate that so I don't lose it. Line art, I usually do one of a few things. Leave it as is, which is I think pretty close to what I'm gonna do now. Or I go in and I put a clipping layer above the line art and just like airbrush in a darker version, whatever that color is. In this case, I was using a pencil to line it, a pencil tool. And I think it looks pretty decent just to have the one layer by itself. That's what it looks like with no line art, by the way. A little bit creepy. Actually, in areas that I want maybe a little more definition, what I might do is just put a mask here and erase everything that I don't like. Or don't want defined. So like the face I feel like is probably important to have strong definition on, so I'll leave that. But all this other stuff I think I can fade away. It's probably a faster way to do that, like select that area and then do the mask. I don't have enough patience for that. Doing it faster, no patience for that. So like, yeah. And it almost works to just do that for the whole damn thing if my flatting wasn't, you know, if I was being super gung-ho about this, I might repaint over the edges. I've never done that before, but you know, I might. There are some edges I might be able to get away with doing that though. So let's, for instance, see if we can't. Why isn't that? Oh, that's the wrong thing. This one. Yeah, let's put a mask on this too. Take away that line. Does that work? I mean, kind of, but not really. But I can really just sort of come in here and just like paint away lines that I feel like don't need to be there. Those lines should be there, definitely. Can also clean up mistakes to some extent. If I feel like a line is too intense, I can paint over it. So there's a lot of different ways to do the line art. I'm not sure I have a preferred way. It's something I'm still working on. But I do have a few like post-processing steps that I take. It's probably a misnomer to call them post-processing because it's still within the project, but we'll do them. I think I want to still catch the edges of the hair here. Still want a hard definition on some of those. And it doesn't take very long to do it, so that's the good news. I'm used to having that overlay on. Let's just leave that off for now. I'm gonna grab all of this. Including the Taco Bell. We're gonna put it into another folder, like our main project folder. What did that do exactly? Oh, the multiply layer. It's a hard lay layer. For some reason it doesn't play nice when I put it in the folder. A little weird. So if I go here, oh, it's because of this. This isn't in the layer. Okay, let's duplicate that then. And let's throw that in here too. And then shut it off. So this is all in its own folder. We're gonna duplicate the entire folder. So that's the entire project again. Make that invisible. Merge this. So I flattened it. And I'm gonna duplicate it 2 more times. I'm just doing a chromatic aberration. It's not that exciting. But to do that, I'm using a level correction. So I'll take the red and green channels for this layer and turn them off. For this one, I'll turn the green and blue layers off. And for this one, we'll turn the red and blue layers off. So that's green. I'll change the blending mode for these layers to lighten. And then, I think this is the order I want it in, I'm not sure. I'm just gonna offset the top layer a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. That That might even be a little much. And we have some chromatic aberration. It's even in the logo, and I think I like that. Problem is, if I want to render this separately, I gotta do it with the logo and without the logo. So that's fun. And then the other thing that we can do is add some film grain. And I have a brush for this actually that I made according to somebody else's instructions, but still. It's just basically some specks. And I'm gonna turn that to color dodge, I think. And then drop the opacity on that layer down pretty far. So it gives it a cool effect. Almost makes it look like it belongs here. We can even throw in our overlay now, or we can make it black and white. Almost looks like a sepia image now. Like it's old school. This is old school Taco Bell advertising. This was an era none of us remember. I suppose. If I had some foreground and background elements, I might also, and I kind of do, so let's just do one thing more here. I'm gonna duplicate all those layers. I'm gonna take layers, come on, 4, 5, and 6 here. Merge those. So that's a copy of this image on top of the other one. I'm gonna put a mask, well, we don't want to put the mask on just yet. Here we'll go and put a Gaussian blur on it of some arbitrary strength. I think that's nice. Now we'll put the mask on it, and I will airbrush in the parts that need to be in focus. Interesting balance we have to strike here, because the Taco Bell logo in the background is currently blurred, but if I unblur the edges of the character, we'll get some unintended consequences in the form of the Taco Bell logo coming into focus, which we don't want. So in fact, maybe we just blur the top here. Maybe the edges should stay blurred.
Want to keep your
Yo quiero Taco Bell. I think we all quiero Taco Bell. What is it? Nosotros uh what's the plural? Queremos or whatever. Bell de la Taco. I am terribly sorry. Guy probably thinks I'm not listening anymore. Was it you who suggested the white bat audio? Ihara? Because it kind of kicks ass. Anyway, let's take a moment to remember for a second that this is where we started. Uh, this is what we started with. It's all marked up right now, but you can probably make out pretty well the image underneath. This was February 29th, 27th, 2018. And today we have bested it. Today we have bested it. Oh my god. A more effective advertisement for Taco Bell I'm not sure exists, or has ever existed, or will ever exist. This is it. This is the best one. And I've done it, me. I want to thank you all for helping me construct this. I think we've done something important together. They should hire me. And they'll get just more of the same. They'll get this over and over again. I've never actually tried holding my... This might even be better. Sorry, my tablet, I usually just have it horizontal in my lap, so I lean over like this whenever I draw anything. I right now have it tilted, leaning up against the desk, which I don't have enough room to put it on. And like, it's kind of stable. It might actually work like this. Oh man, we're discovering all sorts of things. Do we want a more intense film grain effect? Maybe a little bit, because the blur kind of took the edge off of a little. So I think that's nice. Still not sure if I like the default or that better. I like this because we retain some of the colors, right? This you almost buy that we did it on purpose. You know? Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna export that. Well, let's put that at like 80% quality. This deserves to be seen writ large. Does this type of girl exist in real life? That's a good question. That's a very good question. And I don't have an answer for it. You mean the ears or the avid, just the staunch support of this subsidiary of Yum food brands? Because I think one of those probably exists, the other probably doesn't. And the confluence of the two certainly doesn't exist. But we have made it exist. Body. Oh, that's the boring question. Probably. I don't know. But we were just on a 6-hour odyssey. I understand if you weren't here to experience it, but we've all been changed by what we discovered. But for that matter, I redrew something I drew 4-ish years ago, 4.5 years ago. That's the stuff going on in the top left there. That's the reference. To demonstrate some sort of improvement, and I think we have. I think we improved a little bit, and in several ways actually. For one thing, there's been some minor improvements to anatomy, shading, posing, that sort of thing. But we have the Taco Bell sign. We have the Taco Bell logo, and that's really put it over the top. The oranges. Oh, you mean in the reference? Yeah, it wasn't. I didn't have very good tools at the time. And B, it's a pretty bad picture because it was taken with a phone. So I have no excuses for that. Sophisticated person? I don't know. Nah, you're probably right. Or at least I present as one. But we're done, I think. I don't have anything else to add to this. I'm probably gonna do a version without, for God's sakes, the Taco Bell logo in the background. I will mean I'll need to go through and do this very minor. Actually, all I'll need to do is that chromatic aberration bit. Oh, and then I'll probably need to do the blur again. So the film grain is separate. And I'm not sure what I will consider the definitive version. At least not at the moment. I think maybe Twitter will decide which one is the one. That said, I've been streaming for over 6 hours, so I'm gonna cut it off here. Thank you all, those of you who are here still, and those of you who joined earlier and left because you had lives to live and stuff like that. Thank you for showing up and for tagging along as we did this thing. Don't forget to tag Taco Bell in the post. Okay, I suppose that's appropriate. Yeah, okay, I'll do that. My headphones are gonna die. Cool. Any other last thoughts before we call it good? Let's make sure to close out all this junk. Suppose I gotta make sure to reset the video. That's about where it was before. Cool. Good work today. Thank you very much. Did my best. Come a long way. I know. At the beginning of the day we were fuck, I don't remember what we were doing. We were talking about Inktober and I was fiddling over a sketch and we were trying to get that fist correct. Man, such a great number of things have happened since then. And I guess since 4 years ago as well, a great number of things. Help, I don't want to do homework anymore. I have a mild suggestion, DL. Go, go solicit your local Taco Bell. I think it would be a good use of time. Okay. I'm gonna go, everybody. So, probably have another stream next weekend. I mean, I don't know. It's gonna butt into Inktober pretty soon here. So what is next weekend? It's the first and the second. So I will probably have time to do a stream next weekend. Might be shorter than normal because I will also need to draw something for Inktober. And maybe I will find a way to integrate Inktober into a stream of some sort. I don't know. A new waifu? Yes. But I actually got a camera arm to mount either this webcam or my phone too, so I can actually take time lapses of myself drawing something traditionally. So I'm gonna try and do that for Inktober, but that doesn't exactly translate to something I can do on stream. So I don't know what it's gonna look like. I might just be doing request streams, shorter ones, and then yeah, the month of October is gonna be rough, but it'll be fun. But plans are we'll do another stream next week. And that said, I'm gonna call it quits. So, see you guys later. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening, day, morning, night, whatever it is. And I've given myself a headache, so I'm gonna have to take a rest. It'd be great to see an art stream of traditional drawings. I think it would be awesome too. I just don't know how to set it up. So I'll look into that maybe. It would maybe just be a hand cam, no face. Just I'm not sure where if I have room for that anywhere. You have a good one too. I will. I hope. And I hope that you recover from your headache as well. I might have just taken it from you. Okay. Good night. See ya.